Late, and I'm going to turn. Dan, are you okay?
I may have not had us unmuted.
Okay,
I apologize.
that's fine.
We may not have been unmuted.
But I'm going to turn the meeting over to Dan to run, just as I have a headache that's fairly large, and hopefully it calms down. I'm having obviously a bit of an issue.
Okay. So to get started, Laura is working remote. Brian will be joining us shortly. We have Holly, myself, Dan, and Patty is in the room, and the staff.
Yeah, so for our note, we have a note taker. So for our note taker, all board members are present except for Brian Otley.
Okay. Had a slight change there, or did not? I missed on that first part.
No, they
Okay.
decided not.
Okay, so on the agenda,
I'll move to approve the agenda.
okay,
So second,
second. All in favor?
aye.
Aye.
Aye. Laura's muted, but I saw you move your
Aye.
lips.
So for our minute taker, Holly Kroshner moved, Patty Richards seconded, and it was, the motion passed to approve the agenda as is.
So no changes. For the minutes, 8/26/21 and 9/16/21.
I'll move to approve.
I'll second it.
So that
Holly
was,
Groschner.
thank you.
Second is Patty Richards.
Patty, second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, so motion moves. So we have the minutes approved. We are ripping through this here. The next item on the agenda is the Maple Broadband pre-construction grant application.
Okay, so what I propose we do here is we're going to go through the questions that we had as far as the to be looked at as part of the grant application. We'll take these questions one by one and have board members comment as well as staff comment on those questions before going into possible executive session for some of the discussion that might be confidential. So Rob, why don't you present those questions? And I also want to tell the CUD folks, Maple Broadband, as well as Waitsfield Champlain Valley Telecom. Some of these questions that we have in the debate don't necessarily reflect negatively on your application, because we want to have an open discussion about what needs to be thoroughly reviewed before we issue construction contracts. Some of these questions might be a little
Or pre-construction contracts. You said construction.
well, before we get the construction grants for approval. Some of these things, for example, I could speak for myself. I had some questions that I had Rob, and Rob said those are probably appropriate for construction, but it's too early for them to answer it now because they haven't done their detailed design yet. But we do want to make sure that we're very clear as a board what we're looking for in terms of pre-construction and construction. When you think about it, we're giving these grants in pre-construction so that the CUDs can do their detailed design and their planning for construction. So when they come to us for a construction grant, let's not surprise them. Let's have this discussion right up front to make it very clear what our expectations are. Does that make sense?
Also, just for the information for the board, that Maple Broadband is in attendance, as is Waitsfield Champlain Telecom. So if we have any specific questions, you feel free to ask them, and I can unmute them, or try, or they can unmute themselves and speak up if they hear a question directed at them.
Okay, Brian Otley has joined us. Brian, we have a minute taker online, so we're going to be, whenever we make a motion or make clarity, say your name.
Very good.
So what we're about to do is we're just gonna go through the survey. We have the results of Christine and I's view, and many of the board members have also done their own. If there's a question that we want to discuss more, we can discuss more.
Have we positioned when we're going to take on the issue Holly raised at the email about the ubiquitous or the universal, sorry?
Yeah, that'll
I
come up.
think it'll come up.
That'll
It'll
come
come
up
up
then.
through here instead of the question.
Yeah, we're just gonna go through.
And from my point of view, that can be discussed in open session?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, I agree. I agree. It's important.
Okay. So question one, yes, we are dealing with Maple Broadband or Addison County Communication Union District. No discussion necessary. The amount requested was
2.239.
Yeah, 2, 3.
2.339 million. So the next part of it, we are working to evaluate the capacity of the applicant to.
I'd like to mention that the 2.329 request is approximately 55% of the allocation designated for pre-construction.
Right.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So for the first part, we wanted to evaluate the capacity of the applicant to fulfill their mission of providing universal service.
Which
And,
question are you on?
just move
Page
to,
6, page 6.
question 4. This is
Question Q4.
up on the, you can see up on the thing here, range a little bit. So the number of committees that are actively meeting.
And that one, these were answered by the applicant, so I think these are pretty straightforward.
Yeah, and all of this is very subjective too. This was just to get an idea and to understand more of who is applying for funds. They have 1 to 3 committees that are actively meeting. Do you have any questions? Nope. Board members that volunteer outside of the monthly meeting, they have 6 to 10. So good volunteer base.
Not marked, but
Yeah, it's not marked on here. This is to be able to show for the people at home what we're going through,
okay.
because we have more than one survey result. They do have a conflict of interest policy and a procurement policy provided. How do they manage the grants and finances? They have a bookkeeper. They also contract with the RPC. They have an automated accounting system. Some of these questions are from the risk assessment that we're required to do for all state grants. We're getting a little technical here. They have not been required to have an audit.
So that means
Excuse
that they.
me. Dan,
Yes. Is that Laura?
sorry, I just had a quick question. What is the automated, I'm sorry, on the account system? An unexpected answer for me.
Yeah, what-
QuickBooks.
Okay, thank you.
That's what I expected, was to see a name like that. Okay.
That's something we might want to adjust in the questions going forward if the
Yeah,
same,
what
if you use QuickBooks.
All right, what type of automated system do you use, right?
So no audits. So now we're getting more into the meat of it. So first was confirmation of commitment to provide universal service. And this is very clear. There's no commitment. The application cannot be approved.
Holly, I think you're on this one.
Yeah, so here's my, and I'm looking forward to hearing more from the applicant and from Waitsfield Valley, but here's my look at this. There is a statement regarding universal service, and that's really where we led people, was to say, are you making statements regarding your intention? But then we got into the operating agreement. And as you know, the application shows that the district has been carved into 2 parts. One part is going to be served, my understanding, by Waitsfield Telecom. The other part will be served by the district. And the operating agreement only pertains to the part that's going to be served by the district. And this is called the Maple Broadband area. And in section 6.17, I think it is, yes, of the operating agreement, it states that the operator, Waitsfield Valley Telecom, must serve the and underserved at a rate of at least 90% of the and underserved addressed by the district. So you got two parts. And the first question in my mind is, are we comfortable making two parts out of the district? The second question is, are we going to, and I mean, I'm fine with delegating responsibility for universal service. I think it's called for in the legislation, but there's no enforceable provision here, because in the operating agreement, if the operator doesn't meet 90%, what it says the remedy is that they'll have a conversation about it. The second thing about it is at section 6.9, Maple has no right in the contract to ask Waitsfield Telecom for data regarding their part of the district, only data for the CUD's part of the district. And the third thing that's on my mind here is that we have not yet received, other than an intention, a universal service plan. And the pre-construction grants are based on a universal service plan. That's what it says in the statute. So my concern is, if we sign off on this pre-construction application, what we need to do is to put either some requirements in the grant, that they come back with a more robust provision for ensuring that the operator does deliver on universal service in their section of the territory, as well as an obligation to deliver on a universal service plan. That I've just made a suggestion, but to me, this is bedrock and does not deserve 100 points on this application, because you can say you're in favor of universal service, but if your actions don't support that, and we're seeing those actions on paper, you need to be addressing it and helping.
Yeah, and look at it, I couldn't picture how universal service was going to be achieved. The split of the territory could care less about, as long as Waitsfield is accountable to Maple with the right controls and protections. But even at the 90%, is that 90% of what Maple has built out in their territory, which Waitsfield will be above that 90% for probably several years, with adding nobody new. So I need line of sight of how universal will be achieved, and I don't see it in this.
Laura, we can't see you, so if you have comments, please just speak up.
Do we want to invite the applicant to weigh in on this?
Yeah, I think so.
That'd be great.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Pose
Ann.
the questions.
I think that's, I mean, I think they did a really, this is my commentary, really good job with their response. This was the main thing that I was like, I just don't have line of sight to how it's going to get there.
So Maple and Waitsfield are, okay, we see a hand.
Steve Whitaker, that's Steve Hufford.
Steve,
Yeah.
Steve,
Let me take a stab at
So for
this.
our note taker, we are now taking some testimony from Steve Huffaker, who is with the applicant Maple Broadband.
Yeah, I'm the chair of
Just to
Maple
be
Broadband.
clear, the note taker is watching this video too. So.
Okay.
okay, go ahead.
I'm
Steve.
sorry, Steve, that I didn't get your title properly.
Thank you. When we crafted this language, the objective behind it, well, it needs to be construed the way it's written. So I wouldn't argue that your interpretations may cause pause, but the intent in its writing and its execution was to recognize the reality that two separate entities engaged in construction in two separate territories are not going to build out at an identical pace. It's just not practical. We're not going to all be delivering service to unserved and underserved, 72% of them in year one. It's just not feasible because of the nature of construction and challenges that occur related to construction. So the intent was to recognize that there's a disparity between the pace that's being followed in Maple Broadband territory and the pace that's being followed in WCVT territory. And when we wrote it, we fully expected that there might well be years where WCVT is farther along in the process than Maple Broadband is, because they're deploying broadband fiber today, and they're building out in 2022, and we're still struggling to be sure we'll be able to build out in 2022. So again, I don't want to dispute the fact that you're reading the language to differently. The intent there was to recognize that construction is not a scientific process where you know exactly how much work you're going to get accomplished in a given time, and it was intended to recognize that reality.
Steve, this is Brian Otley. Can I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
So in looking at the Waitsfield part of the overall territory, is the denominator you're looking at to apply that 90% against the and underserved locations that remain in that territory, or is it all locations in that territory?
It's all locations.
So so help me work through this. So I'm a Waitsfield customer. I have fiber to my house. I can attest they do a terrific job. I'm very happy with their service. But they've got lots of 25.3 and higher customers today in that territory, and they have many fewer, I believe, locations that are not 25.3. So for them to stay at least 90% of your build, and I think the remaining territory that Maple will be constructing in has less broadband penetration than the WCVT territory. So they, in my mind, Waitsfield could, and I'm just giving an extreme example to illuminate what I think is the issue. I'm not trying to cast any judgment. Waitsfield could literally not build the thing for 3 years and stay 90% ahead of you, no matter what pace you go. I think that's a true statement, or could be a true statement. And that's where we're trying to understand how the language will govern the reality we hope happens upon the ground. My scenario, I don't think that's likely to happen, but the language is permissible to that happening, even though it's unlikely to happen. And so we're just trying to reconcile those two things.
Yeah, I wish I could help you reconcile that since it goes to intention. I don't know, Roger, do you care to comment on that?
I will comment. So in that regard, this is
Should we just say that?
Roger Nishi from Waitsfield.
Thank you. I'll repeat that. Roger Nishi from Waitsfield and Champlain Valley Telecom. So in terms of the 90%, I view that, yes, we will be ahead at the start, but we are actually having to build out over our whole company. So the 90% is a goal in which we look at is we need to be following right along with what Maple Broadband is doing, because suddenly in year 3 there's no way we could catch up if suddenly they're 95% built. So we're going to have to follow along pretty closely to what they're doing. And I think the 90% really came into play, realizing that we're just not building in the Maple Broadband area. We need to build throughout the whole company, and we allocate the dollars across the company and do our builds to get as many unserved and underserved throughout our territory in any one year. I'm not really answering your question, but I don't think there's any possible way that we can get behind and catch up with the intentions that Maple Broadband has in building out their area in 3 years.
And when you guys are looking at building out, is the number in your mind, is it fiber to the premise, or is it just 25.3 or better?
Yeah, because that's not stated either.
Because you can, Roger, you have 25.3 non-fiber that meets the broadband definition today, but that I know you're replacing with fiber, like you did me 5 years ago. So I'm just trying to figure out how that plays into it also.
Our intentions are, our plans are, and this is what we're definitely going to do, is fiber to the home to each and every customer that we serve today. we've gone through several different iterations of DSL, and it's now to the point where we just need to get fiber into the ground to everyone. Now, one thing that we've never discussed on this is there may be customers out in our networks that you may consider too costly to serve. Do you expect us or the CUDs to build to one of these locations where there may only be one or two people and it costs $100,000 or more to get to that one or two, those one or two people? With that discussion hasn't occurred. I hope we have it at some point in time, because it makes the economic basis to average those into the overall framework of all the other customers.
That's just exactly the problem.
Yeah, so that's what we would like to, I think, this understanding the demographics of that challenge is something we would like to understand now. Even, I take your point that there are some extremely remote locations that the economics and even just the construction feasibility of reaching them is, they're in a different category, clearly. But the demographics of what the planning can take into consideration now as part of the pre-construction planning is that's what we're trying to understand is how close can you get to universal, knowing that there are those extreme locations that are always going to be the exception or the outlier.
And keeping in mind that locations here means served by the grid. So it's not like there's not poles. We're not looking for those locations.
Yeah. So Laura?
Yeah, I I just want to respond to, or maybe ask, what we think a universal service plan means if it's not every wired address.
At the federal level, it is the universal service plan is to build to everyone, but I know that the FCC has said there are some areas that are too costly to build to, so they get up to, and I'm going to get the percentages wrong here, but it's up to 97% or so, and those 3%, they're just so expensive to serve. They say those don't need to be part of the plan. Now, what we do with them, try to find alternative means. They may be the ones that get the Starlink or whatever other type of wireless type of satellite service that's out there.
So thank you, Roger. And so I would say in Vermont, I believe we mean universal means 100%, and it's specifically because that has not actually been required at the federal level. I know that it was the intention coming out of the Energy and Technology Committee that where there is electricity, so too shall there be 100 service, in Vermont. And so what's interesting here, though, is I think this is a good opportunity to think about how we ask you. We don't want to leave those till the end. Like, we want you to tell us. I would like to know about those now, and I don't know if there's some sort of alternative. We know that, so for instance, we know that we're going to have, 500 addresses or 250 addresses that are exceptionally expensive and difficult to get to. And we've thought about, several cost-effective means of getting there, or the most cost-effective means of getting there. And here's how we might propose that, which maybe is not fiber, but we've thought about that in terms of a universal plan. It's everyone. It's everyone.
Can I
How first?
So first of all, I think I should take a step back. Holly Groschner from the VCBB. I think I should take a step back and go, wow, you guys, way to collaborate. You're setting the gold standard
Yes.
here of putting a CUD with an ILEC.
Yes.
Whether we can get comfortable with this dynamic proposal is, we're all hopeful of that, but it's marvelous that you've made this effort, and it shows good faith on the part of both parties. That said, I have the burden of carrying a law license, even though I don't practice anymore. And good intentions are the ruination of every contract. So I'm emphatic in my desire to see an enforceability provision in this agreement, because as far as I can see, the way the legislation is set up, if you take a pre-construction grant, Steve, you are obligated to universal service even throughout your district, whether it's the CUD or Waitsfield. And so you want to know that you can rely on the contract provision. So what comes to my mind, of course, is to make a financial effect to the operator if they aren't meeting universal service standards on your behalf. So that's just a thought on my part, but that's where my thinking goes. The second part of my comment goes to data. Do you all use the data that's offered by the department for your planning? And has that been incorporated into, yes, I see Steve nodding his head. Is that incorporated into your contract, or could it be incorporated into your contract so that you have a baseline number for un and underserved and you know it by territory?
We have all that data. We're using it as a basis for our pre-construction and construction plans. We've already had conversations with WCBT about the reality that we are in the pre-construction phase, and there are funds, grant funds available to WCBT to complete pre-construction tasks while those funds are available. We know we've got until the end of next year. This is a great opportunity to ensure that they're kind of at the starting block for across their Maple broadband footprint. So that's a conversation we've just recently started since we executed our agreement, but that certainly is part of how we're approaching this. And I think the roundabout answer to your question, we are using DPS data, and I also, having spoken a number of times with WCBT, they're using DPS data. They're reporting the data to DPS on their served and underserved, and we're using that as the basis for our planning as well.
To add to what Steve just said is yes, we will be coming in to request the 45% remaining of the pre-construction funds, and we do rely mainly on our own records, since the area that we're going to be building to is part of our company today. So there are differences between our records and what the DPS has on from their maps from 2019. So as we go about planning and moving forward, we'll work from our own internal records, which generally show more served than the state records.
I note that the statute says we can only give pre-construction grants to CUDs.
CUDs, groups of CUDs, and CUDs and their partners. So this would qualify as they have a partnership agreement to build out their area.
Now, before we go there, can I finish on the conversation of unserved? Forgive me, this is not to be argumentative. This might be just to get to my naivete here, because I did a lot of testimony to the legislature on this universal service plan from my experience as an electric CEO. So it was my belief that we could get to everybody on grid. So when we talk about, maybe just an example, Roger, 100,000, but could be 50,000, could be 20,000, right? But hopefully those are a few addresses and not many. And it might be the way to, so I do think our intention is to get to universal service for every wired address. But of course, like anything else, there are going to be exceptions. And hopefully those exceptions aren't that many. But I think what we'd like to do is see those exceptions and understand them, especially for our education as we move forward, my personal education anyway.
And just to correct the record, I'm noting that section 8085A, the purpose of the program is to provide grants to communication union districts for pre-construction costs.
And any funding would go to the district that would distribute it to.
If they want it,
yes,
my point is really, I'm looking at Steve and I'm saying, whether you're looking to Champlain Valley to exercise on that pre-construction activity, the obligation is going to be with the CUD. So all the more reason why you want enforceable provisions, just trying to help.
We do recognize, Maple Broadband recognizes our role here in this relationship with Waitsfield, that that we are responsible for ensuring that our member towns in their territory receive the same level of attention that the member towns outside of their territory, and we're approaching it that way accordingly. Basically, our communications currently with WCBT, and they will continue to this effect, is that's we have a shared goal. And I guess the other part that I see as significant is that the nature of our agreement with WCBT is it's not a 3-year agreement, it's not a 7-year agreement, it's a 10-year agreement with 2 renewal terms. And that's because this is a long-term relationship. It's best for both parties under this kind of approach. And so we want to work collaboratively with them, and we don't want to be in an adversarial role, especially this early in our relationship. It's very, very important that we do this where we're working hand in hand.
Holly, then Laura.
I totally agree with you, Steve, that you need to be collaborative. However, it is a 10-year contract and you need it to be enforceable. The second part of that thought is that you're setting the ground rules now, and these kinds of agreements are not easily, you don't want to be in a position where you're having to do a tug of war or a struggle 5 years into this. You want the enforceability provisions to be clear. And because once you have an operator on the line, what are you going to do, really? So I'm just encouraging, and I'd be encouraging my fellow board members to make it a condition that there be a more enforceable universal service obligation as a condition of any pre-construction grant money that comes, that is approved.
Okay, Laura?
Great. Thanks, Dan. And I actually want to apologize and back up and also say kudos to you all for coming forward. Thank you, Waitsfield Champlain, for working with the CUDs to bring forward a proposal. This is exactly the type of public-private partnerships that I had hoped for, and I know my legislative colleagues had as well. With that, I have three questions. The first, and I'll state them. I'll just state my questions, all three of them. The first one is we do have a staff recommendation on this, and so I'll be interested in whether or not that recommendation has changed or has not changed based on the board discussion. I had a question about the 30-year max on the contract, and the question was, what happens at 30 years with what's built? And the final question is, I find that I am agreeing with Holly about the need for some enforceability here. And so my final question would be, how can we help you? Both. How can we make this as painless as possible in order to get that done and get it done in a timely fashion? So 3 questions. Let's start with the 2 for our applicants. What happens after 30 years? And how can we help you get, if in fact we want this enforceable universal service plan, which I do as well, how can we help you to get there? You're muted.
Sorry about that. The work that we've done, the Maple Broadband has done with WCBT is based on two parties, 2 representatives working at Maple Broadband to our shared objective of engaging in an agreement with WCBT. And the reason I mention it is because I'm one of 2 people that are doing that. I am we've got kind of an unusual situation where I have a strong technical background, but I have poor financial background. And we could not have done this without Magna Dodge, who is on our executive committee and was at the forefront of the negotiations. And if she's available on the bridge, I'm hoping she can step in and speak to the 30-year term question. I think I know the answer, but I'd rather have it from the authority. So Magna, if you would. This is Magna Dodge I'm introducing. She's a member of Maple Broadband's executive committee.
Well, I'm leery of answering the question being tagged the authority. However, the agreement was very carefully designed with help from municipal capital partners who have brought other bonds of EC fiber to market. And the important part of it is that they are tax exempt. There's something under the tax code, and I'm not an attorney, but under the tax code, there's something called the safe harbor provision. And there's 7 criteria for that in order to ensure that what you're doing will be tax exempt, which is the market we need to hit, if you would. And one of them is that the term not extend beyond 30 years. And that's why it was made that way, very specifically.
Thanks, Magna. And I think how can you help? Well, again, our focus has been that this is hard to do. The network management agreement we successfully executed with WCBT. It wasn't a walk in the park. It wasn't like we were actually kind of in violent agreement on everything we were doing. But it was also required a lot of delicacy in making sure that we were doing things properly and recognizing and respecting the other party. And so I think we, when it came to what I refer to as the PACE language in the agreement, we saved that near the end of our discussions because we knew that was going to be challenging. We had concluded near the end of that process that it was not in the interest of a long-term relationship to put teeth in the agreement. So we didn't. And I would certainly urge VCBB to not put bangs in the agreement. Make it painless here. We have a shared goal here. When we think about the fact that WCBT's been around for longer than I am old, they've been doing this for a long, long time. They've got a good reputation in the community. We want to. I expect the best from them, and so whatever retooling that we need to do to satisfy the VCBB that we've got, that the outcome is going to be as desired. Please let's be very careful about how we do that so that we recognize that this is hard in the first place. It's very hard work for us to be doing. So let's not make it any harder by, for example, creating some kind of level of accountability that also involves some overhead and things like that and more FTEs and stuff. Let's try to avoid that if possible. Let's make this that's why we wrote it as kind of a soft requirement in the first place. So I can't tell you how to do it. I think Holly may well have some ideas about what to do, and I would certainly welcome her, some notes that would at least get us to a little closer to where you think we should be.
So, Dan, can I ask one follow-up question?
Yeah, Laura, and then Ryan.
On the 30 year, and I don't know if Magna's still available, just help me understand what the ownership status of the funded assets will be then at the 30-year mark.
Sorry, what was the question again?
What will the ownership status, and I don't even know if that's the correct term, but who will own the assets at 30 years? What will be the status of the funded?
Maple Broadband owns its plant. It will own all of its own assets at the end of 30 years. We are financing it, and we are constructing it, and we are owning it. That has nothing to do with the 30-year term. The 30-year term has to do with our agreement with Waitsfield and Champlain Valley. So at the end of 30 years, I'm certainly not going to be here, but at the end of 30 years, is there another, and for all we know, Waitsfield and Champlain may not be here either. They may have moved, they may have been sold, or there may be another operator, but we own the assets. It would be our obligation to find another operator if that was appropriate. It's not, we have that control. It's another part of what we have to do to satisfy the safe harbor provisions. We are in control.
Okay. So you will own all of the publicly funded assets, and that's really the nature of my question, is just ensuring that the public interest continues. Okay. And then my last question, which I guess I can hold off on until after the discussion, Dan, is just about what the staff recommendation is looking like in light of the board comments.
Yeah, I'd be glad to share. Certainly on this, I appreciate Holly bringing this forward. Because I do think the universal service plan is, it really is the basis of what we're trying to do here. So, and I also, as I was listening to Magnet speak, just yes, Waitsfield Champlain has a wonderful, a very trusting relationship with Waitsfield Champlain. They have a good reputation. I've checked with the department. They're all happy with their service. But at the same time, you could sell to somewhere else. So that's really got me thinking, about what Holly's been saying. So I think it's really important we work through this.
Okay, Brian?
So I'm going to try to propose how to go forward. And this is very quick thinking, so it's not well thought out. So please push back. But so from my perch is, and I'll say it again just to be redundant. I thought the Maple application was very well done. I'm very thrilled with the partnership with Waitsfield because of their reputation and my personal experience with them. So all of that stuff's top of mind. But the language as it's stated around universal coverage, I don't think works right now for me. So what I would propose is, and I hear you, Steve, like I don't want to create hard and fast obstacles that are going to blow up your relationship. Absolutely not. But at the same time, the state has lived through enough non-specific, open-ended commitments that we're in the position we're in. And having to, the fact that I'm sitting on this board and all of my colleagues are is a proof of that we haven't, those non-specific commitments haven't been enough to close the gap. So that's what we're trying to figure out here. So my recommendation would be, could you amend your pre-construction application with language that defines an initial goal, right, between Maple and Waitsfield, an initial goal of locations covered, whether listed by location or expressed as a percentage, however you want to do that. And that the work you will be doing to refine that goal with the pre-construction grant funding we are looking to award you will then turn that initial goal into an actual target at the time you come in for a construction grant application. So in other words, I don't expect you to know everything right now. I want the pre-construction funds to give you the ability to go learn more, discover more, and quantify more, so that when you come back for construction application phase, that target number is really tightened up into something that should be representative of what your construction plans are your build plans will be. And then we can look at that against what's actually achievable against the universal goal we have in our mind, which most of us agree 100% probably unlikely, but how close can we get? And we don't want, we never want perfect to be the enemy of the good. So how close can you get based on when you come in for the construction applications? Does that make sense?
Before you answer, I'd like to support that, because that small modification can move this forward and by the time to get a final and more better clarity around what's going to be built. It's a small modification.
I would support Brian's suggestion in another context. It isn't just for us. You know, our whole process is going to be audited, and there's a lot of eyeballs that are going to be on it. So since universal service planning is the basis for all of this programming money, then we really need to show that we did our due diligence and we understood. So if you could help us in this way, that would be terrific. I would also like to suggest that you have the conversation now, because if you can't get to some definitive targets, and I think, Steve, you're very focused on speed, and I think end result might be a better target, end result.
Yeah.
But if you can't get there, then you shouldn't be banking on this, and we shouldn't be expecting a construction plan from you. Finally, I'll say, I'd like Brian's points: A, initial goal; B, turn the goal into a target; C, create a build plan based on the target; and D, make it enforceable. And enforceability, if we're going to make your grant terms enforceable, so enforceability is not a dirty word. It's not, it's how, it's like good fences make good neighbors. And I think, frankly, it's a good conversation to have now so that you don't find yourself in a sticky wicket down the road.
That all sounds fine. I'll tell you what my concern is, which is that we do our due diligence to craft some language that we think is adequate, and you say it's not, and then we tweak it, and then we come back to you and you say, no, you got to get farther. I would be a lot happier if you could craft some language that you think would fulfill that goal. And then we can take a look at it, and with any luck, we can just sign off on it. And that way we would not suffer an undue delay towards proceeding with pre-construction tasks.
I think that's a fair ask, Steve. Good idea. And we will absolutely do that in a quick order for your review and Roger's review, and see if that moves the ball forward.
Providing that you understand that we're not lawyering for you.
Right.
I would really like, Roger, for you to say something about recognizing that you're going to take an additional step here to make a deeper commitment.
I was just waiting my turn. Thank you for allowing me to enter. In thinking about this, it's one where Steve, Maple Broadband, Waitsfield, and Champlain Valley Telecom, our goal is to get fiber to everyone. And we view that as universal service, getting fiber and having affordable rates and programs so that people can get connected. That's the ultimate goal, to put various levels of or numbers at things as to where we need to be at certain times during the build process or over the next 3 years. It's going to be a moving target. There's competitors that are going to be building in reaction to the funding. So the number of homes that Steve may need to build to and Maple Broadband may need to build to are going to be changing. And at the same time, given the possible unavailability of materials with supply issues and also labor, to put numbers to these and expect certain levels or certain percentages to be done in any year, it's going to be difficult. And I look at the end goal. I know the end goal is 100%, and that's where we need to get to. So I'll just continue, like I said, to look at the end game. I won't say there shouldn't be measurements along the way. If we don't meet those measurements, I would hope there wouldn't be fines or penalties that are assessed against the CUDs and their partners.
Laura?
Yeah, Dan, then I want to question too.
Oh, I'm sorry. Laura, and then we'll go to Steve. Is that okay?
Dan, I'll defer.
Yeah, thanks, Laura. an example to help you understand what Roger is referring to is the fact that we recently learned we're working separately from VCBB to seek an opportunity to pre-purchase long lead materials. And this came to light in a discussion with WCBT's engineering chief, where he informed me not only that he had the materials that he had previously ordered for the 2022 construction season, but he'd also ordered materials for the 2023 construction season. So they're already painfully aware of some of the logistic challenges associated with construction. So here we are, Maple Broadband. We don't have any money to buy any cable, much less anything else at this point. And we, with the grant RFP for construction, that's a couple months out. So if we're going to buy anything, we're going to have to find some other way to get the funds to do that. And even then, we may not have the materials in time to do construction in 2022. So to Roger's point, we're going to work aggressively to accomplish our goal, but WCBT may leave us in the dust for a number of years. And I suppose it's possible if the fates smile on us, we may leave them in the dust as well. So I'd be concerned, very concerned about dictating too tightly an expectation between our shared progress towards our shared goal.
Okay. Patty?
Thank you. This language that VCBB would be drafting, is it fair to think that we would put this in all contracts and all, this would be language that we would look for
In a paradigm like this.
for anybody applying for the pre-construction that we'd want to see this language in it? Is that a fair
I think
statement?
it's a good idea. I mean,
Whatever language.
I mean, unless subsequent applicants, nail it without.
yeah, we don't necessarily have the best idea, but
So what I would suggest is the way to deal with concerns about some specificity here that we're hearing from Steve and Roger is we include suitable force majeure clause.
I have other
In
ideas.
the event of, okay.
I mean, that's
I'll leave
certainly, there's force majeure already in the contract. So that's a different,
Okay, but some aspect of guardrails of saying, in the event of supply chain issues, things that are reasonably
so these
get out of
two,
jail free
It's
cards
beyond their control.
could be used. Exactly, things beyond their control.
And that's in the applications we talked about, like contingency planning is a big part of this.
Yeah.
Anyone who's doesn't have a contingency line item in their budget, first of all, for price increases, construction delays, labor shortages or labor increases, like I mean, Velco can write a dissertation on proper contingency planning. They do it all the time and they're very good at it, for example. But that also goes to material supply, all the stuff that is beyond their control that is going to have an impact on the outcome. Yeah, I'm at this point, I'm less concerned with like, are you going to nail the date you said? I'm more concerned with, does the plan from the starting gun contemplate reaching the locations that need to be reached or not?
right, do we have them on the board and are we all in agreement on what they are and
Yeah.
who's doing what?
Yeah,
And the gaps.
yeah, I guess.
Just may I
Yes.
just respond to Patty? So force majeure could obviously respond to things outside their control. And it could be that while we set a goal for timing, or we ask them to set a goal for timing based on a set of data, that actually what I'd like to see happen is where the CUD, who's obligated to make universal service happen, where if they feel that their partner is not performing, they have the right to raise an issue. I mean, right now, there's no right to raise an issue, no right to ask for data. I mean, there's got to be at least a little bit more opportunity for clarity.
But also keep in mind, we're in the pre-construction phase, right? A lot of these issues we're touching on will be relevant in the construction phase, so we'll get another review of this. I'm really focused on, are we starting with the right location commitment to the scope of the work for us to say, yes, take this pre-construction money and do all of the activities you need to do to come back to us with construction plans even if they're different than what you said in your pre-construction, because you've learned so much more along the way, so that then we do another review and then decide which construction plans get really what is the lion's share of the funding. That's where the big bucks come in, because that's where the big costs come in.
And to Brian's point, over time, who is a location that's unserved or underserved should be able to change based on whether there's a plan.
What we learned from it.
Absolutely.
As we're doing the
I mean,
pre-construction activities.
You know, there's a variable there. It's not, we're not asking people to do stupid things.
Or a fixed target. You know
Mr.
this.
Roger.
Right. Do you have anything?
I just wanted to add that all the different operating agreements are going to be quite different. Like this might be a unique situation where it is a CUD splitting who owns what. So I advise that we may not be able to just have the same language for everybody. Same idea.
So Roger, I just want to make a comment before I turn it over to you. That's why I like Ryan's suggestion, is that it allows the ball to move forward and all this other information will come into play and we can fine tune it as we get to the construction grants. Roger?
One thing that is, I know you're as a board are going to be around the whole build period. And each and every year, you have the ability to ask the CUDs, Waitsfield and Champlain Valley Telecom, where we are in our plan and what we've done to advance universal service. So it could be something, I need a summary of what you've done this year to advance universal service. And it will be how we've spent the money that you've provided through pre-construction and how we spent the money to actually build the networks. And the proof in the pudding ultimately is the number of customers we hook up. In 4 years from now, hopefully we can say that we've reached 100% of them. But the CUD's goals is universal service. That's why they're here. So this question may be coming up because Waitsfield and Champlain Valley is associated with them, and we haven't gotten fiber to everyone yet. But as I've said before, the State House, it's a time and money equation. There's only so much you can do each and every year. And if the 150 million would have come about 4 years ago, we would be so much farther along now than today in terms of universal service and getting fiber to everyone. But the funding was only $1 to $2 million up until this point. So yeah, in the pudding and to ask us to report back on how we've come about advancing universal service, I think that would be a viable possible solution.
Okay, thank you. Steve?
Yeah, just to kind of give a point of context to help you understand where Maple Broadband is today. We just completed our high-level design process, and I had hoped that we'd be able to proceed with engaging the detailed design as a result of today's meeting. Clearly, looks like it's not going to happen. So please take into account the fact that right now we're kind of treading water here until we get your okay. I'm hoping we can sort through what else you might want to talk about today with the remaining time we have to satisfy you that we've done our diligence, and with the hope that this is just only one box left that needs to be checked to ensure that you're getting what you need.
Anybody else? Okay, so I just have this one question for my colleagues here, and you'll hear, I think it could be, maybe it's already addressed in the operating agreement inadvertently, but there's nothing that in the operating agreement that acknowledges that failure would result in the network being assigned to the state. And so if I were advising this board, I want to see Waitsfield Telecom acknowledge that could happen. I see that upon assignment, the terms of the agreement allow Waitsfield WCBT to continue to perform through the agreement, but it doesn't actually state anything about that provision that's in the statute, which then is kind of a contingency of the grant, essentially. So,
Just one thing to comment on that, of when there is a construction grant, that's going to be in the construction grant as a requirement that comes back to the state in the case of failure.
Does the board
think-
want to leave it for the construction grant phase, given the fact that we're giving this input on the operating agreement now? I don't want to come back and have people amending their operating agreements 3 times in order to get through this process.
Yeah, that's a lawyerly thing.
Yeah, I think the earlier it's addressed, the better.
Okay, so I'm just going to say that we should probably make a comment or recommendation on that allows council to come back to us with a provision that acknowledges the transferability of ownership of the network. And I'm riffing here, not having the language right in front of me, so just take it as a footnote. I need to go find that language, and you guys probably need to look at that language and understand that a reference to it belongs in your assignability provision.
Rob or Christine?
Mine was just a larger idea of how to potentially move forward. That's the
Let
state.
me, before you go there, let me specifically, Roger's probably getting a little nervous right now, but when we talk about transferability of the state, we've had this discussion with other CUDs. When we make it clear that the way you do this is, your network, you have to recognize we're not going to take Waitsfield's network for non-performance. We're going to, the part that needs to be given up is the sections that were funded through the grant process. So I just want clarification on that.
Wait, but the way they're setting it up, Maple has its territory, Waitsfield has its territory, right? If Maple for some reason is not able to continue, the assets in the territory they are operating different from Waitsfield would in Rob's example revert to state ownership, but the elements of the Waitsfield system that has been built out by Waitsfield remains with Waitsfield.
Right.
Unless it's funded with state dollars. With these
So
funds.
if Maple
But
has
then
a
they're talking
problem,
about-
then the sections built on by Waitsfield,
Let's take a look
like
at
that makes no sense.
Yeah, that's what-
Waitsfield has a viable operating model and should be able to continue on with those assets if they're delivering on the service.
Yeah,
Makes
we're
no
just, yes, it doesn't make sense, and
Makes
that's,
no sense.
So that has to be,
yeah, but we
the
need some,
transferability has to be carefully crafted.
we may need to change some language in the legislation to address that.
Right.
That's something we'll address in the construction.
Right, that's what I was
Yeah.
expecting that to be a construction phase thing, right?
Yeah, and I think that's the challenge with a lot of this, is it's
Yeah.
gonna be addressed in the construction.
Yeah.
And one suggestion of how to move forward is when we design the scope of work that's in any grant agreement, we can put conditions in, we can put additional things they have to do in order to meet their agreement responsibilities.
Acknowledgement of that potentiality belongs in the operating
I
agreement
agree.
so that Waitsfield understands.
Exactly.
I'm sorry.
No,
I'm gonna, on the record, I agree with what Holly just said.
And Laura has her hand up and so does Steve.
Steve's hand's bigger.
Steve, Steve, you had your hand up patiently, and then Laura? There was a comment.
Yeah, and unless I'm missing something, this is, maybe Magnus should be weighing in on this. He's more familiar with the municipal grant and the safe harbors. But it seems to me that if there's some language anywhere in what we're dealing with that says there's a condition under which the ownership of the network that we build is transferred to the state, I think, it seems to me as a poison pill, and we're not going to ever be able to get access to the municipal debt market. I don't see how it would happen, because they're going to want to see that we have control over that. I don't think they're going to buy it.
That's an excellent
Yeah,
point,
very good
Steve.
point. Excellent.
And I would add in, it isn't even to the municipal grant, the municipal market. If we want to find any lenders coming in here, you can't have, I think the important part is how you define failure. And that has to be after everything has been tried. The lenders have refused to go along with it. They haven't stepped up what needs to be done to remedy. It's only at the very end that it then gets transferred to the state. You have to give lenders, bondholders, whomever, ample time to try to figure out how to work this out and keep it going. So I think it's important. I understand the concept. I think the most important is to define what is failure here.
And we need to look at the legislation some more, so we're all on the same page. I'm sorry, Laura was up.
Laura,
Yeah, I keep thinking I have something to say and then thinking better of it. So I'm.
You're such a wise person, Laura.
No,
Just-
no,
I would
no,
say-
no. Can I actually, so no.
so, a question here, is there, as we're looking at time, and I'm looking at, some of, I think some of the thoughts that might be going on, is there any interest in executive session on this topic?
On my part, I think we've said everything we need to say, and I wonder if we want to go through the rest of the
Okay,
points.
I'm just checking on that
Because
so
in
far.
my mind, I can imagine a conditional approval here.
I can as well.
Yeah, I do have one more point I wanted to make, but it's not, it really is for all the CUDs to be thinking about as they go into construction grant. I can withhold that comment. Or, you know, or, I mean, it's up to the board. I guess.
Not knowing what the comment is, Christine, either.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Either roll it
So
or
they
jump.
roll it, right. Good point.
So we have, like 16 minutes left.
Yeah, I'll just make a quick point. As part of the grant, you know, I looked at that, and this is really gets to, Rob keeps reminding the CUDs that they really need to update their business plans. And since you haven't yet gone into business planning, you know, in your feasibility study, you show an average, an ARPU, an average rate, revenue per unit or per customer. I think it was about $105. That ARPU, that's a real critical number. Now I understand, you know, the feasibility study didn't know there was grant money coming, but that ARPU kind of defines affordability. You know, we really think, you know, I look at it and say, you got to drive down the ARPU to around $80, somewhere in the $80 range in order to get affordability. But
That's so arbitrary.
well, no, it's not arbitrary. It's, we did this study at NEK about how do you get, so in other words, you got to drive, forget a number. I don't want to get into a debate about a number, but the point being, if your ARPU is sitting at $104, you probably, it's going to be very difficult to get an introductory rate around 50 or 60 bucks, right? You know, you got, so rolling in the grant money should enable you to reduce your average revenue per unit. And there's a direct relationship between the average revenue per unit and the take rates. And in your feasibility study, you showed a 50% take rate for unserved areas and 25% for served. What I'm encouraging everybody to do is to update their business plans to reflect the infusion of grants, to revise those real three critical numbers.
So that sounds like a comment to all the
CUDs. Yeah.
CUDs.
Yeah.
So
That's not a,
I'm looking at question 12 and I'm seeing that the business plan isn't even final here, so I don't even understand the topic.
yeah, I think it was just a comment in general through all the CUDs. So Rob, you want to keep walking us through?
I wanted to ask what the board felt the next step would be. Do we want to go through every question, or do you want to pick up which questions that we need to actually discuss and address before we make any motion related to this application, since we are running out of time?
And Laura brought up as well, sorry to jump in, but Laura brought up as well a staff recommendation here, and I think that would be helpful to have time for that.
Well, we have it in the board book in writing.
yeah, we recommended approval.
Yeah, that came over.
Well, if
But
I
her
may,
question was, yes, sorry, go
in
ahead. I
light
was
of, in
gonna
light
speak
of
for you.
the, yeah, in light of the board discussion and, you know, specifically the universality of the plan and enforceability, if there was any change to the staff recommendation. And, you know, I think I've heard Christine express,
I do think, and of course, you know, I'll repeat it. Thanks to Holly for bringing this up, because I do think there needs to be enforceability addressed. And it's real important to, I mean, the universal service plan is basically what we're all here for. So however we can handle this in terms of conditional approval, you know, I certainly support what the board's discussion has been, that's for sure.
Yeah, so I think the two options are approved with conditions or delay any approval based on the feedback we're going to provide, including the language we're going to suggest, and let Maple come back with responses to that quickly. Again, I'm thinking this should be done within a week. And then we can, if they fulfill it, then we approve without condition.
So are,
Either way.
for the board
Is
members,
that a motion?
No, that's not. I was just thinking out loud.
okay, so for the board members, are there any items that we want to talk about specifically and then we can move to?
I've been through it. This was the top. We've covered the topics that I had questions on. I'm good otherwise.
Me too.
Okay.
I know that at least the review that I'm looking at says that this application doesn't speak to resiliency and redundancy in the network. I'm thinking that's a construction question anyway. Are we all on the same page?
Yes.
Okay.
So do we want to entertain what the language might look like or what the recommendation might be, the caveats that we put in that?
I don't want to talk about language. I'll talk about the condition.
Conditions,
So,
I'm sorry.
like, I don't, can we ask Maple, is there a preference? Do we conditionally approve or do we delay approval? Is there a preference which way?
Does it make any
It's the
difference?
same thing, getting to the same point in two different ways. Or is it inappropriate to ask the applicant? I don't know.
No.
What's the pleasure of,
Does it help you if we give you a conditional approval? Or would you rather we just delayed our vote on this?
We're not very long, Steve. We get your sense of urgency and I applaud that.
Yeah, I think that if you find the details of the application with the exclusion of this one item, if you're satisfied that we've done what we needed to do, I would prefer a conditional approval, and then we know what we have to do.
Great, that's good feedback. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm going to try to do a motion. Oh, I get so nervous. You got it?
I got it.
okay,
So I move that the board approve the application for pre-construction funds in the amount of $2.39 million, subject to the conditions that the applicant agree to certain terms proposed by the board that address the universal service plan and accountability for such plan, and that the applicant agree to modify the operating agreement to reflect universal service terms and the statutory requirements of transferability in the event of an assignment to the state.
is there a second?
Can you repeat the number? I have
You better talk your throat
2.339.
out. You gotta-
2.339? Two? Oh, I'm sorry. The friendly amendment to correct the number, 2.3392.
Did we want to address the transferability
Yes.
now, since we
Yes,
still have a lot
in
of
the
questions
operating
about
agreement.
I don't know if we fully understand it yet, is my concern.
Yeah, we are subject, we're not sure, we have to subject the check to the language of Act 71.
If we choose not to make a language, if we can't come to an agreement on what our obligations under the statute are, we don't have to propose language.
Yeah, you know what, I would also say, go ahead and propose the language, because I think we should propose the language, because there may be a problem with Act 71, and we may need to get that legislation changed.
So if the language changes, we can change, we could just, it could be as small a tweak as the operator understands provision, blah, 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 of Act 71. And will continue to operate the system in the event of transfer. It could be that simple. And that is just our way of making sure that if the system is transferred, everything continues to operate.
Okay, so
Steve's got his hand up. Well, you don't have a second yet.
we don't have a second.
Let's hear Steve first.
So there's a motion on the table, and Steve, you had your hand up.
Yeah, so I'm hearing two criteria we're now discussing. One is related to universal service, and the other one is related to transferability. I think we could in a timely fashion sort out and return recommended language regarding the universal service But what I'm hearing in the room is the transferability question could have all kinds of consequences into Act 71, into the municipal bond market. Could take a while to get that sorted out. And again, in the interest of moving forward aggressively towards our shared goal, I would suggest that you take that on separately. And if you want to make it a precondition of the construction grant, let's do that. And that way we're not held up too long.
I hear them.
Well, it will certainly have to be part of the construction grant for clarity.
And now we're changing their operating agreement every time we have a grant. I think what you should, pardon me for just speaking.
No, please.
Steve, I think what you should do is allow us to have the opportunity to address, we want you to be able to go to the municipal bond market. It's part of the legislation. So if we can't address this provision in a way that is benign to that opportunity, then we'll withdraw it, I would assume. But the fact of the matter is we have to at least look at it because right now it's not addressed in the operating agreement.
But if we put it as a condition to the final determination on Maple's pre-construction grant, I'm just worried about time.
Yeah.
I feel like we can resolve the universal
But
thing
if it's a condition, we can always withdraw a condition as a board.
But will that prevent the money from flowing
Well,
in the short term for pre-construction?
well, they're not going to get their pre-construction grant until the two conditions are satisfied.
I think that's the challenge here that we're hitting on, is that we don't want this to slow things down, but we want them to get answers back to us.
We're
So
talking
what if
about
it's something that's written into their grant agreement that they have to come back and provide this as one of the steps to getting their funds?
you're going to, your proposal, Rob, is that we make the grant agreement with a condition to amend the operating agreement.
Have that as part of the scope of work of the grant agreement.
And that we propose what those amendments are. Yep.
That's where
Has to be.
that's where the condition, that as part of the scope of the grant agreement, they must address this other consideration in Act 71 and report back.
Sufficient to it's the same work.
But it allows things to start flowing in terms of getting some of the other pre-construction work that has to happen while we sort through this, both as a board and them individually.
I don't love it, but I can live with it.
So, should we need to?
So the thing is that the grant agreement cannot be published until we have some of that language nailed down. Yep, because how are you going to talk about it?
Well, in the scope, how I envision it is in the scope of work. One of the things that's in the scope of the work is for them to come back to the VCB board with the following language. Again, I think
With the following language.
with
in their
language
operating
addressing
agreement.
To make changes to the operating agreement
To address
reflect
these two
these two concerns and report back to the VCB.
I just want to make it clear to you, Rob, that we're going to have to set standards then in the grant agreement for how they will be addressed. Not just address it. They already addressed it.
Yeah, we're gonna
Well, yeah,
provide
because-
the language, right?
I'm trying to make
we'll
that
provide
clear.
some of the language and then
Not
they
some,
have to
we'll
come back
provide
to,
we'll provide language.
that they have to come back to
Yeah, I think-
us to talk about.
I think
it.
that's a
Because
good
we have
idea.
to
We
discuss
should
this in
provide
terms of the construction grants. Regardless,
Yeah.
we have to
Yeah,
go
but
through and
within,
sign all these.
I'm not gonna wait for it for the construction grants, right? It's part of the amendment of the existing operating agreement, because we want to know what they're basing their plans on. It's a nice wiggle, but I'm not buying that it's just, oh, we'll just tuck it in there and then they'll deal with it in the construction grant.
Yeah, so what I hear, which I think is doable, but certainly you and I, let's debate this, but what I heard was the request from Maple that, look, please provide us with language. We recognize that this language needs to be in all the agreements. So I think it's up to us
No,
to develop that language and then provide it to them. Does that make sense, Rob? per mouth.
That's certainly one approach.
For both
It's really-
items, universal service
it's-
and the transfer of assets?
Yeah, I think it applies,
Okay.
it could apply in every situation.
I don't think it's every, because it depends.
Like,
We have a particular paradigm here where a third party is going, that we don't have any enforcement over, is going to be responsible for universal service. And that's the key criterion that makes this a little bit unique. And so if there was another CUD who came to us with a mirror contract that did that same thing, then we could put that language in that agreement.
So one thing I do want to point out is that the only condition for a pre-construction grant is the universal service. So I get that. For this other item, we need to address it, but I don't think it should be something that holds up the distribution of funds.
It's actually, your legal interpretation of the statute is not mine. And my practice of saying, let's put it on the table, what this operating agreement should contain, and let's do it once, is really where I'm coming from. And while they may not feel that way today, ultimately it's for the good of the applicant, and it will help them down the road. It's not pushing things aside to deal with it at a later date just so we can get money out the door. And so I'm thinking speed is possible here, but I just want to be clear with you that, and I think that it's important that we not just say, well, we're going to kick this can down the road.
I agree, because the bond market, I understand the comments of
Magna
Magna,
Dodge.
thank you. The bond market is going to say, no, we're first in line if there's a default. The statute says the state is first in line. And what Holly is saying is laying the groundwork now during the pre-construction phase and giving you grant dollars. You're acknowledging that and setting up your operating agreements now with that in mind. I think that's a requirement.
And it could be that if we can get that language changed, we can craft what we're proposing for language in a way that says, as long as this provision is here, the parties acknowledge it. That kind of a thing.
Laura has her hand up too.
Laura?
I'm wondering if we just, if we push this, so if we don't actually conditionally approve it, well, I guess it doesn't matter, but we plan to meet next week with the language, one way or the other, and have this kind of agreed to next week. So we could conditionally approve it. We could approve it conditioned to, the partners agreeing to language that we propose on those two items, or that we agree to language they propose. But I think I've heard them say that they would like us to propose the language. And we can do a little.
What I think I'm hearing is, Holly, you want to have all the language in the agreement as we go forward from here, not wait until the construction grant. Understood. And
Patty is
And Patty
I'm on
is
the same
agreeing.
page with them.
And Laura is saying,
Let's wait till our next meeting to have that language.
we're meeting so frequently that the time it takes for us to go this 1 week, we should have perhaps all of this remedied. Is that a fair? I look to.
Well, you kind of look at a step and then, so
And
it's
that,
not,
right?
so we're going to propose the language on the universal service plan. Maple Broadband is going to need to propose the language on transportation.
I don't think we should do it that way. I
You don't
think
think
we
so?
should offer language. Brian and I are offering to craft it.
Right.
Okay.
And, we're either making it, we only have, 3 paths here. One is to do it Rob's suggestion, which is viable. We put it in the grant agreement that they're obligated within a time certain to amend their operating agreement to come up with this kind of language that we accept. So there's a condition that this board accepts their language. The second way is we craft language and we say, okay, here's the language that's the condition of the grant. Will you accept it into your operating agreement? And if that and the third way is to say, we're not going to take action today. We're going to come up with the language, and then we're going to basically approve this grant with the language in place.
I just want to, is there an option here where we make the exception for the universal services and then we set maybe a 3-week time limit for the operating agreement? So it's somewhere, it's immediate, but not all the way out to.
That's option one,
And so
a time certain.
in order to keep this moving, I'm supporting that perhaps that's something that we can allow this to keep going. Does that get traction with anybody?
I'm curious what Steve's reaction is.
I want to make sure I understand the details. Are we saying that we're linking these two elements together in our discussion? Are we saying both the question of universal service and transfer of ownership to the state? Are they're locked at the hip here, and all those options are linking them together in each case? Is that so?
Yes.
Okay, so it seems to me that from our perspective, it seems pretty simple to me if all we were doing is looking at the universal service question. And as soon as we start looking at this transfer of ownership, we're not going to get that put to bed in a week, because we're going to have to go out to municipal capital markets, and we're going to have to share that agreement with them and make sure that it's satisfactory. That could be subject to negotiation with VCBB. It's going to take a while, in my opinion. I hate to see that happen, but if it's ultimately what we need to do, I guess if there's a way we can decouple those two criteria so that we can proceed with the pre-construction tasks while we work through the minutia of this other item.
I think we could decouple them and make the second condition that will negotiate recognition of the transferability of the system that's required by Act 71. So whatever that is, subject, a condition of the grant that addresses that within 30 days of the date of the grant. And so the question is, if we can't come to terms on that, and remember, I'm trying to remind everybody, it also says in the statute that we want these systems to be sustainable and be able to go to the bond market. So we as a board are highly motivated to make this work. It's the legislation that's making it challenging. But if we don't get there, what do we do?
If there's a legislative change required, it's September. It's October.
Right.
Nothing's going to happen until March at the earliest. So
yeah, and I guess the one good thing is, if we can't come to terms on this with this very willing and skilled team, then we really do need help from the legislature. And so would we simply say at that point that, okay, we need to resolve this issue before construction grants are given, period?
Laura?
Yeah, so when would you anticipate going to the bond market, Steve?
Steve, could I jump in for a moment, please? Just, we're focused on the bond market, but the reality is every CUD is going to need either all grant or some combination of grant and other lending well before it can get to the bond market. And my concern is there are going to be other lenders, depending on the language, who may say, sorry, folks, we can't lend into that kind of a situation. We need protection for ourselves and the ability to work something out. And so I guess I'm asking that if we're going to go down this route, the best thing you could do right now, in my view, decouple it, get us the proposed language on transferability ASAP so that we can go out and talk to people that we are talking to right now about potentially providing us with financing before we go to the bond market, and we'll check with the bond market. But it's not just the bond market that this poses a potential problem for.
So
And Magda-
Magna, can I, let me just rephrase my question then. I asked Steve, when are you thinking to go to the bond market? I mean, are you actively looking at lending right now? And the reason I'm asking this question is just the timing of a legislative change. That's
Laura, it's in the application that they're working with the bank and with the college.
Yeah, okay, great.
Yeah.
And Magna, did I hear you right earlier where you said you think it's manageable if the state were to be the party of final resort or final default, and that the other parties had a reasonable chance to, in a default event by Maple, to make good use and ownership of those assets, that if the state was last in line, which may not, is that in violation of the legislation? Does the state have to be first in line based on the legislation?
Yeah. It
Can't find
says,
it fast enough.
transfer shall include a requirement that upon dissolution of a communication unit district, any such fiber assets shall become the property of the state to be managed by the Department of Public Service.
So the CUD has to actually be dissolved.
Right.
So see, I think that's a
There's wiggle room.
huge,
There's wiggle room.
There's
That
a lot of wiggle room.
changes what you're talking about. If it has to be actually dissolved, that means everybody has tried everything under the sun, and this is where we wind up. So that's very different.
Yeah, so can I just go back to my original recommendation? Let's limit the condition to the universal topic. We'll suggest language quickly that Maple can review and either approve or offer us revisions to. And can we please table this to the construction phase in some way, even though I know it's making people uncomfortable?
I just really think it's a bad idea
I
for all the reasons that we've
will not be
stated.
the last bad idea I throw out to the group, if I can tell you that.
So let me just, for comment, pre-construction is a work product. So if we put this grant money out there, there will be a work product that comes from this. And if we don't go forward granting the construction dollars, that work product is still out there.
And it still has value.
And it still has value. So it's not lost if we approve this and move forward and have to work to find all the funding mechanisms to make it go from there. So I guess I'm encouraging the board to consider the work product. We enable the work product to go and put, as Holly pointed out, timelines on finalizing or getting clear understanding of what the funding mechanisms are. And I know, Patty, you had an opinion on that.
Yeah, can I put this out to Maple Broadband and Magna to give us some help on this? In the sense of, if you can take the legislation to your bond market
Or your lender.
representatives, your lender representative, whoever you're going to get money from, and ask them their interpretation, would they loan under what the Act 71 says during the
Can
construction?
you say again where you're?
Section 7, it specifically it's titled Transfer of Fiber Optic Assets. So in the law, we have some things we have to follow that you will have to follow. So if you can't get money based on what this says, if the bond market won't loan you,
Or the lender won't
or
loan
lender, whoever you're getting money from won't loan you because of this legislation, that helps us figure out what course we take, whether we pursue a legislative change, whether we craft language. It helps us understand this legislative heartburn right now. Can we add that to your list of things to do? Are you busy people?
Well, and here's why it's actually, if you can, the faster we know, the more likely we are to be able to get a faster legislative change.
Exactly.
It is actually possible to get something passed in a day, or in a week, or in 2 weeks. But we need to have all of our ducks in a row, have the governor on board. So the faster we know, the more likely we'll be able to get that changed if it's necessary quickly.
Can you commit to doing that? Because if you come back and say this is not workable, as Laura just said, that gives us critical feedback to say we have to change this legislation. and it'll get changed quickly because we all want to dole out money to get things going.
So are we decoupling here?
Yes, I
think we are.
I think we might be, Steve. If it, on a promise of a date certain response to this issue.
Yeah, the challenge is that reasonably, and I think I know why Magna's not responding, is that it's not that simple. She's worked diligently over the past months to cultivate a relationship with potential funders. As we said in our application, we all acknowledge that we've got a $15 million hole that we have to fill, and we have potential for the resources that will help us fill that hole. It's not something that she can do overnight. I wouldn't expect her to do it overnight. I wouldn't want her to do it overnight because we've got to. It's just like the delicacy with which we executed our agreement with WCVT. It took us months to do it because we want to do it right, and that's the same way we're going to do this. So I'm very eager to see you decouple it. Give Magna a few weeks to do what she needs to do. She's incredibly thorough. You'll get a very thoughtful response.
Yeah, we could give you 30 days.
We were talking 30 days, Steve. Magna?
Yes.
Is Steve your agent here?
I appreciate Steve's trying to protect me a bit here, but I'm prepared to take it on. And I think we may also, we have to, it may be that the folks we're talking to are going to have to talk to their legal people as well. I mean, there are a number of different folks involved here, but we'll start it, get it done as fast as possible. And if you want periodic update as to where we stand or what has to still happen, I'm happy to do that as well.
I have an announcement. I don't think this provision applies. I think I just read it. And I think this only applies to the transfer of previously state-owned property. And I'm concerned because I want to look through this statute to be sure. But if you look at the transfer of fiber optic assets, if this is the only place where this arises, and I'm in my back of my mind, I'm thinking it's not the only place, but if it's the only place, this is about the transfer, a condition on the transfer of properties held by the Department of Public Service, where they transfer ownership of fiber optic assets to CUDs, and only, the transfer, that transfer shall include a requirement. So, yeah, okay, sorry for your migraine headache at this point, everyone. But my understanding was it was a broader requirement than that.
It was too.
Yeah.
There's like a continuity of operations plan.
So thank
for
you.
everything.
Then I guess we're back to
Yeah, I think you're okay.
approval. You're gonna make a
That
motion?
was.
We're gonna do a new motion. New motion would be.
You do the motion.
Yeah.
We were else in here that talks about.
Well,
But-
So are we,
Speak up, Rob. You found something else that covers this, right?
wait, I don't think we need to because I think we
Okay, all right.
Yeah, so I'm gonna move that we give conditional or approval to the Maple broadband application with the one condition that the board will suggest language to be included to cover the universal coverage commitment for review and potential revision by Maple, and we'll try to land this within 1 week.
Second.
So friendly amendment, I think Brian meant the universal service
Yes, sorry,
plan.
correct.
among the board, any other discussion? All in favor?
Yes,
Aye.
wait,
Wait,
I'm-
wait.
Sorry, Laura, I didn't wait long enough.
No additional comment.
I think we're okay, but the transfer of the assets does exist, but it's under the construction grant program, not the pre-construction grant program.
Okay.
Okay.
Aye.
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 Okay, so moved.
Done, thank
Here
God.
we are.
Thanks for being our guinea pigs.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah.
Nice to have you
Dan?
guys.
You glad you went first?
Dan,
Yes, Laura.
But it's important to note, I'm sorry,
Laura was trying.
what Laura is saying though, is important to note.
that's what I'm going to say. Yeah, right
Go
now.
ahead for it.
So for the construction grant program, in 8086 and Act 71, in evaluating the grant proposals, it does say that we need to look at the transfer Let me get to the exact language on page 25. No,
Thank
We
you.
gotta read this, yeah, we gotta reread our legislation.
And so we will probably be asking you to address a second amendment to your operating agreement. But you've gotten, but you've gotten a timing opportunity here.
it says we shall establish policies and standard grant terms and conditions that include recouping grant funds and transferring ownership, which is what Holly had been talking about. But this is for the construction grant.
So for the proposed language, is that a working group and it can go straight to them, or does the board feel that we all need to see that? I would say it's a working group.
Can we do working group to develop it,
Yes.
run it by the board, and then send over?
Okay.
Well, we'll at the next meeting then, because that would be a meeting.
Well, that's what I'm leading up to, is the working group could develop it, the board would review it at the next meeting, and then send it over to them.
And this is the transfer of asset.
This is the suggested language.
No, this is universal
Universal
services. What is the date of our next meeting?
What is it?
October 4th.
4th of October.
Oh, so it's less than a week from now.
Yeah.
That's a quick turnaround.
We don't have any other applications to deal with at that meeting, which is helpful.
I think because it sets a precedent, that's probably wisdom.
I was thinking a work group would develop the language.
And send it to them.
And send it to them with a FYI to the other board, just as an informational thing, not expecting a response.
That was what my understanding was, but I wanted to clarify it.
Yeah,
Can we do that? or-
I would like their input on whatever we propose. Yeah, so that we can bring it back,
Yeah.
the board approves a more negotiated
Yes.
result.
Very good.
Yeah.
Okay, so
You guys comfortable with that?
Yes.
I am Laura. Are you comfortable with the committee working group providing the language and then
To the applicant.
to the applicant, and then we would see it afterwards? It would be a recommendation at that point?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, we're clear. Yes. Yes, I'm comfortable with that.
And the working group will be Holly and I.
Excellent.
Holly and me.
Thank you. Steve, do you have a quick comment?
I don't know how quick it is, but so we have decoupled, as I understand it, and the issue of assets is subject to further research, as I understand it. And then in terms of mechanics, it sounds like the VCBB is going to prepare some draft language associated with the universal service commitment. Share that draft with Maple Broadband and WCVT, giving us a few days to sort that out and either say it's fine or make some recommended changes. And in my ideal world, we can have that sorted out to everyone's satisfaction by the next VCBB meeting. Is that achievable?
That's my goal.
Yes, with this one caveat, okay? We decoupled, but you should know that it's a condition of the construction grant program at section, I'm gonna be real specific for you, section 8086 C3.
Right.
Magna, that's for you, please.
Yeah, so
Thank
that,
you.
yeah, and what's nice about that is that Magna then has the latitude to do this properly and recognize that there's lawyers going to be involved and a lot of other assets that we need to sort it through. And we no longer have kind of a need to burn our way through this and maybe make mistakes, because our initial goal to achieve the funding we need to do the pre-construction is in progress. So I think that's great.
Great, thank you. Okay, so we're on to the next agenda item. Staffing and contracting update.
Thank you.
Thank you, folks. That was time well spent.
Russ.
So we're, the general counsel position is posted. And that's out there where we have one application. I haven't seen it yet, but it's coming in. These general counsel position can be, we can interview and take applications as they come in. The other two positions, the grant administrator and the administrative assistant, since they are union positions, they're over in HR and they're being evaluated for their classification, which apparently takes a while. But the good news is there were some questions asked yesterday, which indicates they're working on them, but we couldn't get a commitment as to when they'd have those come back to us, unfortunately. And I guess that's just the way it is. So, but with that background, we're realizing that the length of time it takes to get a person on board is long, and we are planning to come back. One of the things we clearly need is engineering support as soon as possible, and we've gone. We found a position in the state that matches what we need clearly. Originally we're going to propose that as a grant, to contract that position, but this is we need engineering support every day. And I think what also on a future agenda, I want to put the AOT, how the AOT presents their data. They have a really good data format, but all these things take a lot of work, and we're going to need a full-time engineer. So I know we don't have a budget, and the problem here we have is we're like a startup, and I've been in startups before, and you really don't know what you don't know till you get there. So this, I know I proposed contract engineering at 100K, but it's clear we're going to need someone full-time for fiber engineering support as far as to be able to review all these questions. Even, for example, when I get to the next subject, we talk about pre-purchasing. I'm doing stuff on the fly in terms of making decisions, but I'm not qualified to make these decisions. But if I don't make these decisions, we don't move forward. So
What's your proposal?
my proposal is we're going to request a fiber optic engineering position on staff.
So where's the budget? I think you need all of the things you've asked for. I think you need, your GIS expert. I think you need your lawyer, clearly, because, there was a fair amount of pinch hitting going on today. We could be doing some of this stuff by contract until you get somebody in, if delay is your issue.
Oh, well, that's not going to happen. Not by contract.
Contract takes just as long as you can start with GIS.
Yeah, it takes forever to get a contract. So I'm sorry to cut you off, but keep going.
Well, I see you guys, we're in our 7th meeting. And I see you guys, I'm sorry, I'm a little fed up with this conversation. I'm just going to put it to you. I think we should have had a budget, proposals. You could have gone out and got contracts established until you got people hired. I really think that we need to get this settled and get on with it. That's my 2 cents.
Yeah, and this is a chicken or egg situation. I'm with you. That's a month ago I was with you. Simple GIS contractor has taken. There were 5 people at the meeting from ADS to go through, develop. Well, Brian was there.
It's a process.
It's a process that the state, I would rather, it's easy to be Monday morning quarterback, but if you look at, well, I'm speaking for myself here, not you. I supported the idea of working with the state system, and they're really good people. Everybody's been helping. I get help quickly and fast. But if you've ever, if you ever look at process engineering, there's so many handoffs in the system. Every time it's a handoff, there's a delay. And so it's been very difficult just getting one GIS contracting position.
I've heard that, so we're now talking about the GIS contractor. I'm really talking about a more holistic approach of getting it all set. Here's your plan. Here's the positions.
But that's
Have a
where
marathon.
I don't know if I have time to do that. That's the problem.
I can't think of what else you could be doing that's more important.
Well,
I'm sorry,
Taking
I
it-
said that out loud. That was inappropriate.
Taking.
I
that's all right.
apologize. I
I mean,
apologize.
we all recognize you guys have 1,000 balls juggling in the air. Totally recognize that.
Yep.
Totally recognize that.
We're operating way beyond our capacity.
That's why I'm worried. I'm worried for you.
Yeah, except,
We-
so the question, I will be glad, whatever the board decides, if you want the budget first, I'll come in with the budget. But, you know, this, it really is, you know, yeah. I put the issue on the table.
I think
we're.
we're,
See, a budget is gonna work without a staffing plan, so staffing plan to build the budget from there.
Right.
And the most important resources seem to be your GIS engineer and legal.
And now we're saying a fiber engineer.
That's what I meant, the engineer. Same
That's
thing.
what yeah, so those three seem to be most critical. And I'm not familiar with the process. What can we do to help with that process?
You can't help the process.
Okay.
It's, I mean, you know, like Brian said it, he saw it.
Is the primary objective of the fiber engineer to review the CUD construction plans as they come in, or what, where in the process will their expertise engage, and what will they be doing, and for how, and for all the way through?
so how I see it is that is going to be one of their primary duties of looking at the engineering plans, engaging them, but they're also going to be engaging with Agency of Transportation, engaging with other aspects of state government to find areas where there is a convergence of interests, where more can be done now and potentially done cheaper.
Yeah, there's this whole deconflicting process that needs
And
to.
so they'll kind of be quarterbacking that on behalf of the CUD, so that they can be the liaison to the CUD construction efforts to try to align to AOT or other opportunities like that.
Yes, the liaison to the CDs and also advising us as we move forward with this, as we look at the various standards, as we review applications, as we make purchasing decisions. And as the reason we're bringing this up now is because we realized how long the process takes for getting somebody on staff. So I think what the idea is to see if we can start moving that process forward. We have sent over a job description today, but it wasn't within the week. So we know it can't be addressed now, but to start the discussion and maybe even have a motion to just move forward, get moving on this.
So you said the magic words though. What brings this up? Because I'm just reeling from today we need this, and then it's in process. Today we need that. Today we need this. So to Dan's point, a comprehensive staffing plan would be almost, 75% of your budget plan right there, right? So it sounds to me like, because there is this request by the CUDA that we do, is it tied to the pre-purchase of equipment or
Well, it's also
supplies?
designed to design standards. Dan and I are working on design standards. And again, I can.
We need
I can
real
act like
fiber
an
engineers. We
Yeah, I
need
can
real
act like
fiber
an engineer.
The department has a great one, but like everybody's, we're all wearing a million hats right now.
Okay.
So the GIS and the legal are in flight, right?
Yes,
And you're foreshadowing the need.
foreshadowing the need for an engineer. That's
For an
what Jimmy
engineer.
ends up, yeah. But that's-
Which I understand. And I think I'm hearing support.
Yeah,
I
definitely.
just, that's why, I feel like this is the first I'm hearing of it. I'm not against it. I would just like to understand Rob just gave me the 30-second on what they're gonna be doing. I think that should be fleshed out a little bit.
Yeah,
more.
yeah, we will, that's what I'm trying, foreshadowing.
Yeah,
And that's
so no
why
decisions
it's very
taken,
helpful discussion.
Foreshadowing and, and then,
Yeah.
Dan, I think your input into that would be particularly relevant based on your experience and expertise.
Yep, right. Good.
So, okay, so I think I'm hearing support, and I don't see Laura,
Laura's shaking her head.
she's shaking her head, so I guess to proceed and build that job description so that we can talk about it in more depth and more meaningful
And I'll work with you
conversation
Good.
next week. And so that's the update there, I think.
Yep,
right?
that's it. You got it. You got it. That was the feedback I was looking for.
Okay, yeah,
Including yours, which was,
thank you.
Sorry, my
No, you can be
apologies again.
you don't need to apologize for that.
Will, we're a little bit behind, so I don't want to hurry you.
No. I have a very brief report today. We'll try to just do as quickly as possible. Thank you all. We know that you're stretched beyond capacity. I speak for all the CDs, I believe, expressing gratitude for consideration and conditional approval of Maple's pre-construction grant application. We hope to keep these coming in and keep those approvals coming in as well. So thank you for that. With regard to the purchasing process, Bicuda has continued to approve the next presented steps in the process for bulk purchasing. And we are investigating each individual CUD's perspectives right now on what they would like to get out of this initial bulk purchase for 2022 construction. So I hope to be able to give a full approval when that purchasing proposal does come in from the VCBB staff. And we think that that'll be productive for all the CUDs involved. So just that's all. I'll keep it to that today. And we'll be keep coming in with updates at the rest of these meetings. And again, thank you so much for the first conditional approval.
Yeah, I want to thank you too you've done a great job, pulling things together. Will's been really,
And I intend to continue doing so, and that it serves a resource for any of you when it comes to liaising with the CUDs. So, great. Thank you.
Any questions for Will? Laura, any questions for Will? Okay. All right. I hate classes, it's terrible. Item 6, report back, American Rescue Plan questions.
yeah, that's in your packet. That's the last page. So what, we've had conversations with finance and management, and finance and management got back to meet us today, just before the meeting. They've checked with Guidehouse. So I think overall what you're seeing here is that we can do a pre-purchase program of materials. We can do that as a grant, VCBB. So it looks like this all fits within the ARPA guidelines.
So if we chose to do purchasing, we could. This is just enabling question.
That's
We're
right.
not
It's enabling.
stating that we are.
No, this is the pre-work.
Yeah, it's saying that we could potentially do it as a grant. It doesn't even need to be necessarily a competitive grant, which was one thing that's not on there because we wanted confirmation that there wasn't a typo, that non-competitive processes are perfectly acceptable, slightly preferred when deploying the SFR funds, which was a surprise. They're working on changing Addendum 5 and Addendum 3.5 to reflect some of these changes. But we potentially could, if we felt that we have the ability, we're sure that we have the ability to do a discretionary grant to provide a service of procuring materials and those materials for the CUDs, we could potentially do that. Was the big
Without a competitive bid.
Potentially without a competitive bid.
Does this apply across the board? Can we start hiring engineers without a competitive bid? Can we start?
This is all very, very new and
That's
surprising
an
to
excellent
us.
question. Yes, thank you.
And what does SFR stand for?
State Fiscal Recovery Funds.
Okay.
Doug Farnham from Finance and Management has agreed to come talk to us about this.
Yeah,
This is
I can put them
new
on the
to
next
us
agenda.
in terms of process and how potentially we could move faster on different things in order to meet immediate needs. Is where that came from.
And if you'd like, we can bring him on to the next board meeting agenda. Because I think it'd be very helpful.
Might help us clarify what we can do, what we can't do, and how we can go about it.
Oh. Dan,
Yes, please.
this may be an unpopular opinion, but this feels like a total staff job with feedback to the board, as opposed to the board wrestling with Doug Farnham at a meeting.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, we just
need to
we will
know what the
continue to wrestle with
possibilities
him.
I like your question about staffing is a great one. We will ask that question.
So how does this relate to, I got a text from somebody this week that says, the capital projects funds were released and the VCBB will have to submit a state grant plan to draw down money. What does that mean?
There's the original funding that came from Act 71 was the original ARPA funds. There's a separate pot of money that's within ARPA that's specifically for capital projects. And there's likely to be a lot of discussions over the next few weeks of how much of that goes to broadband, how much of it goes to other projects. I don't know if it's something the legislature is going to need to be addressing, but it's something we're certainly aware of and hoping that it does result in additional funds to us and not just
And to not be passive, but to take the lead here, doesn't that really suggest that we want to know, we want to calculate or estimate how much capital funding we could consume and a proposal to the administration on that?
I think it's pretty obvious if we wanted to, we can consume all of that to get this job done.
Yeah, but
Should we make a
$113
proposal?
million.
well, I think, let me check with Laura. Laura, what, didn't the governor commit another $100 million to this? And that, didn't the legislature hold back? It wasn't their original recommendation from the governor, $250 million for the broadband.
The legislative intent in the budget
Yeah.
for this next year for broadband.
Yes. Right. What Rob said. The intention. There's the intention. That's how we got everything. That's how everything was ended up getting settled, was the intention was outlined.
So I guess what Rob and I need to do is figure out, how do we fulfill that intention?
What we need to figure out is if that intention is ARPA funds, or if it's this capital projects funds, or if that's something that's up for debate.
I actually don't think that that's what you need to figure out. I think you need to figure out what you need the money for.
Okay, that's,
If you can use up the whole,
yeah, we
if
can.
you can use up the whole kit and caboodle, put a capital grant plan together and say, here, you tell us that we don't need all of this.
Or, and also you tell us where it's going to get funded from, because the odds that there's immediate agreement on where it's going to get funded from, I mean, who knows, things get moved around. It's a big puzzle at the end, so.
But Dan, I derailed because I asked a question that I thought was related. But Laura had made a point about authorization for spending ARPA funding and how to work through that with the administration, and suggested that staff do that. Do you want to pick up at that point? And I mean, I don't know if there's additional.
I'm not really sure.
It seems like it's a priority to me, right, Rob? That we make sure.
The pre-purchasing of.
Oh, no, I was talking about the 100 million. I thought about to nail down the 100 million. Yeah, I'm speaking specifically about it. Let's address the 100 million first, or the capital fund.
Right.
And we'll write some up, right? That might be a reasonable request.
I think it would be helpful to see what the process, the plan process is for that, and what would be helpful.
Okay,
Yes.
we'll follow up on that.
So you will come back next time with.
Yep, yep.
Okay.
Find out how we participate in the capital
Right.
projects.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. There's a good way to ask the question. Yeah.
I have to say that I'm kind of confused by these emails that are in our packet. Like, I don't synthesize these in my head very well because I don't really understand what's going on here. So is this all about capital funding? Or are you saying, I mean, this sentence, is there anything in Act 71 that runs afoul of current ARPA guidance? That's so broad, but I don't even understand. I don't understand the response.
So we had an opportunity to meet with Guidehouse and Finance and Management, and they asked us to throw everything at them in terms of questions and see how much we could cover. So that's why there's some very specific questions, like regarding RDOF, and there's some very general questions. If there's anything else we should be aware of, and like make sure we're not stumbling along the way from something we don't know. So that's in terms of the background. There's been some follow-up conversations related to the pre-purchase of fiber, in particular, how to go about it, whether it's something that is allowable. We were told it's advisable, not even just allowable. But
Is
that's the
that
background.
documented here someplace?
Yeah, that's the fourth question.
And the only question that wasn't included was, as I said, I wanted to clarify that the non-competitive processes are perfectly acceptable, because my initial reaction was that could have been a typo. So that wasn't included in the packet, and we have confirmed that.
So, Dan, may I?
Yes, please.
So forgive me if I'm missing something, but to kind of go back to Holly's point of, would it not be most expeditious to have a budget that we're talking to Doug about and saying, here's what we're looking at for the coming year. Here's the types of funds that we intend to expend in the coming year with the allocation that we have, which right now is ARPA funds, not, the future. Do we see any challenges? I mean, would that not be the most expeditious? Is there some challenge or something that would be faster? Does that hold things up? I feel like I'm missing something.
Yeah, so what I hear you saying, so when I was talking about budget before, I was talking about administrative budget. But we're talking about the bigger picture here. We're talking about the entire construction funds that we need for next year as well. Is that what you're talking about, Laura?
Yeah, so I think,
Oh,
Christine, I think what I'm talking about is what is it going to cost for VCBB staff and the administration of VCBB, and what do we expect going to be going out in grants? I mean, that should be pretty easy to include, but yeah, who's our total budget? It's more of a, does that not get these questions solved faster? So are we just meeting with Doug and saying, okay, Doug, here it is. Here's our budget. And do you want to red flag anything for us so we can, get all those red flags down and proceed?
I think that's a good suggestion. I think we will do that.
Great.
So, but this agenda item was not that, I don't think, right? Wasn't this agenda item about this pre-purchase concept?
We have two items.
Oh, I see. I read ahead.
And
6 morphed into 7.
They've been mashed together. Okay, I suppose.
It's our habit.
It is. So Doug gave an opinion, it's been put back to the staff to refine that and come back here. And now I think we're moving on to 7 about pre-purchasing of materials.
So it sounds like we have some guidance whether that's permissible or not. No judgment whether it's a good idea or not from our side, just that it could be a permissible activity under the federal.
It appears to be.
Yeah, we're not making a recommendation.
Yeah,
at
no,
this
no,
point.
just say it's possible.
So
And so that's all you need to accomplish in this agenda
Yeah,
item?
this is an information.
Just a comment about that before we go. If this is going to come up again, that I would think that Vikuda would weigh in and the staff would work together to start defining what these standards look like so that we don't have to hash that out here.
Right.
And I'm happy to
Exactly.
participate
Yeah.
inside.
Exactly.
Yes.
So I would like to encourage staff not just to hash out what the construction standards are, but if you are in favor of running a pre-purchase program, we need to understand what the program looks like.
Yep.
How, who's paying, when, where's stuff stored, who's the clerk of the works? Is it like a lending library where you check stuff out? I mean, all of the detail, which goes to the cost, and then who would do it? I mean, can't be Rob.
No. If I may, to quickly answer some of those, we don't want to store anything. That's part of it. We also do not want Christine or I being like, oh, this fiber needs to go and sit over in a warehouse over in Addison County. So that's the last thing we want.
So that's what
we'll
Holly's
spell that
saying,
out.
and I think Will is saying the same, but if you guys iron that out and then come to us with a complete plan, that would be really awesome. Great.
A plan to purchase?
Oh,
What would it look
Yes.
like?
What would it look like
Okay,
if there's a
but
proposal
you
out
don't
there?
need to do that work right now. Do you?
It would be
We
much
do.
more important to put a budget together.
If we look at the lead times, I'm not
Agreed.
sure.
Well,
We
that's the
heard-
problem.
We heard from Vikuda that they're looking at doing joint purchasing. My preference, just as, this is me personally, be to lean on Vikuda to do that. 'Cause I just think this board and this group should not be allocating funds.
Yeah, so why don't we just can I just make a recommendation? Like, I think we want to understand if centralized procurement is desirable, if the staff could lay out, what are the options for that? It sounds like the state is a potential option, Vikuda is a potential option, there may be third-party logistics organizations that could be an option, but I don't think we need to build out any budgets or anything yet. Let's just look at the list of options here.
Not for that.
Agree.
High level, no commitment to any one, and then we can have
Don't spend a lot of time on this item.
yeah, yeah.
For you to
Care
work
what
on.
Right.
Vikuda has to say about it for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, so as I alluded to, sorry.
I just want to hear from Laura first.
Yeah, so Dan, actually, thank you. I was gonna say, this makes the most sense to me to have VQ driving this. I mean, they're, as the representatives for all the CUDs, because we're not gonna be bulk
Well-
purchasing for.
I think we have to work out how the granting would work. Is it a construction grant, a pre-construction grant? How do we make it work?
We're not even there yet. Let's just.
Right.
Look, one
I'm
step
just
at a
saying
time.
there's questions.
What are the options, right? And you, well, we're not gonna put you on the spot today. If you guys are still developing a perspective on that, that's perfectly fair. But just signaling that in the coming timeframe, we'll be looking to engage you as to whether this is a VCUDA interest area or not.
Sure, and it certainly is an interest area of ours. I've been working with Rob and Christine. We've had conversations with, a potential option that we think looks very, very strong. And we're exploring, on my end right now for VCUDA, exploring what these standards would look like for every CUD and what it would look like for them, this initial purchase. As for who's going to make this purchase and how it's going to be funded, the funding is going to be coming down to the state and the VCBB. So whether it's VCUDA making this purchase or the VCBB making this purchase, the funding is originally coming from this source. So how it's going to go through, that's something that we haven't really looked at that much. And in theory, we've been talking about it like the VCBB would be making this purchase. But if that's not something that the board is willing to embrace, then it's something I'm willing to work with the association to see whether it's something that we could do. But we do think that this is an excellent option for us, and that moving quickly on it is a top priority. Between the lead times and rising prices, we consider this to be something that if we don't move now, our options will become significantly worse.
We couldn't agree with you more that saving money is a good idea, but there has to be a viable how to do it. And I think that's what Dan and Brian are suggesting, is give us the options. And I'm trying to suggest, don't just think of what could happen, but what is this group authorized to make happen?
Right.
So that's what I'm asking for. Yeah.
Right. And my concern is if we took action, I agree with you, Will, that the money starts here. But I don't think that this group should be going out and purchasing fiber and equipment that might not possibly work for the CUDs. The CUDs are all going to have their own drivers in terms of the specific things they need to have, the tools and the nuts and everything else in the wire fiber. And we enable them to make the purchase decisions, and they're in charge of that. And that accountability is important in terms of their overall plan for success. I think we would be, if we were to actually make raw purchase decisions, we could find just so many problems with that.
So I think what I'm getting out of this is that the staff and VCUDA are to figure it out, what your materials are, because we're not going to be making any purchases.
Exactly.
And until that's determined, then there won't be any purchases. I've been here before, I guess. Let me just say, I've been here before, and until you know what you're going to buy, you can only get a slot in manufacturing, and you have to figure it out. And all the CUDs need to be in agreement, because I couldn't, clear conscious, fund any sort of purchase until that's done.
We would be purchasing capacity is what we would be doing and asking them what they need. We recognize that.
Right, so you need to get pricing, so you need to have a standard of what's going to be built to, and all that comes into play. And I trust that staff and Dakota can work that out, that we won't need to sit there. I'm happy to
Yeah,
play a role.
yeah, we've had these discussions.
And when that starts to congeal a bit, and you can come back here for more further discussion.
And that, by the way, that's why I'm complimenting Will on. Will's been pulling the
Great,
CUDs together on this.
thank you. Laura, did you have something to add?
Nope, sorry. Hand is not intended to be up.
So more to follow on pre-purchasing. We're a little bit ahead for public comment. Do you want to take a break and then do public comment, or just roll right through?
The hard stop before.
So do I, and I
Okay.
think we should go for it.
So let's take public comment, and although we've heard from Will already, we can start in the room to allow people to prepare who are on the screen. If you have anything you want to add.
Well, I guess we would just, continue the conversation we've just been having on the pre-purchasing. We've been in conversation, myself, Rob, and Christine, others, about what this would look like, especially in light of the fact that there may be this new option of going through finance and management to get money from the state in order to make this deal properly. The CUDs at the VCUDA's last meeting authorized this idea that the VCBB, if it's able to make this purchase, we'd be able to do that and then seek these materials that we've already got the capacity for through a grant program. The CUDs unanimously approved this idea. What I'm doing right now is finding out what the parameters would actually look like that each CUD desires for the year of construction 2022. Because my thinking is that if we have a relatively good idea of what kind of fiber we want in what kind of ratio for each 100 so of miles, then we'd be able to have a very good idea of what this purchase would look like. So at that point, I think it would be a matter for the board to consider whether this purchase would be viable to make. We've been proceeding under the assumption that it would be, but that's where we're at right now, and I'll continue to try to generate as clear an idea of what we need for 2022 as we can get. And that's I suppose where I conclude my comment for now, but I'm happy to continue the discussion further.
Rob, you want to go to the folks on the screen?
I currently don't have any hands up on the screen. Is there anybody that would like to make a comment that's on the online? Please raise your hand or speak up. I guess you'd be the first.
Everyone to sleep.
Okay,
Then we could go into executive session.
all right. So the public comment period has ended. Thank you, Will.
I guess I did a good job though.
You did.
No.
So for the executive session, I know we're gonna have to make an actual motion. It is our last agenda item, but I will make a breakout room and then I will invite Laura to the executive session. And everybody else, you can wait in the waiting room for the motion to adjourn, but that's up to you.
We won't be taking an action. We don't expect an action based on executive session.
No, it's informative.
Right,
I
I
think
move we go into executive sessions.
Second,
All in favor?
Do I have to read
I
the,
think you do have to read
my full
why.
motion will be due to confidential discussion of potential civil action, premature general public knowledge would clearly place the public body or a person involved at substantial disadvantage.
and then it was our note for our note taker. That was Patty Richards. I second Holly
Thank you.
Groschner.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, I will now create a breakout room.
Yeah, you've got to keep, Ann who's government, we got to keep. her.
No, there's no note taking in
No,
executive
no.
session.
Oh, okay, that's right, sorry, thank you.
So,
So Ann, thank you very much. We could just send you the information about adjournment.
On this Audrey, I'm sorry, it's not Audrey. Sorry, Audrey.
Audrey, sorry. There she is, Audrey Fargo, right there, right?
Oh, yeah, there she is. Sorry, Audrey.
okay, sign.
okay.
That's us. Don't think there's,
Really appreciate your help, Audrey.
Yes, thank you.
yeah, make sure this, you'll move two participants. Just want to make sure. So I guess we do have to come back. Or we could just close the meeting and call Laura. I'm sorry, I'm having a little, why is it saying that?
Let's
it's
just do
closed?
that.
Keep it technically simple.
Yeah,
Or we're gonna call
There's
you.
no-
back.
there's no meeting
You're
requirement.
gonna
that
call me
applies.
or am I gonna rejoin Teams?
We're
Oh,
gonna
here's the
call your
breakout
cell.
room.
Oh,
Can we call your cell?
This says breakout room
actually, I
session has
think I may have
started.
Or are we going back to the room to do?
No, there's still people
Still people here.
Oh my God,
We'll have
Audrey's still here. Audrey, are you really there?
All right. So we're back from executive session.
Actually, let me make sure the recording's going here,
Yeah,
just
we're
because
not
otherwise it
recording.
wouldn't be a point.
Recording
Sorry.
has started, so we're back from executive session. Is there a motion to adjourn?
To move.
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you
Yeah,
for
thank
taking over, Dan. Headache